like 100K. Officially the latest they've ever showed up. Why are you guys calling each other crackhead? What's going on? I look down in the chat and I just hear crackhead, crackhead, you're a crackhead, he's a crackhead. What's going on, guys? Who's doing the crack? Take my eyes off the chat for 1 moment. Do we need parental supervision? What's going on? Who's swinging the crack at the chat? Where are they in the vehicle? No. They're late, guys. there's the Supreme Court. This is the Supreme Court right there. Federal court. There's two. Well, it's kind of three. So there's this federal court. Then there's that one, that top one right there. That's also the federal, another federal court. And then where they do the race. A couple of those protests. That's up across Foley Square, on the other side of Foley Square. They're late, guys. They're late to supporting Daddy Diddy. But then again, I don't see the marshal, tall marshal. He's not actually there. So maybe
Billy, you would not like it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Remember the marshal in the series? There's the short, chubby marshal.
Because this thing,
there's the tall marshal.
this
Well
guy
dressed
is
in a suit.
like that.
They're not here. And that's what we gotta look out for, really.
I mean, like, Cross-examining is scheduled to begin today, so I think most of you, we're such a. It's funny. I was watching somebody else's stream when I was on the train going home, and they didn't understand what cross-examination means. They didn't understand who the defense, the prosecutor was. It's like I don't even think I need to explain that to you. Cross-examination is when the defense gets their chance. It's another Rikers Island bus going. Taking people from Rikers Island to state court here in Manhattan. People with court dates. Jane, hey. Big Jane back in the building. No, David? What are you telling me? No what?
You were here?
Know about what? What are you telling me? Appreciate you, Mama. Vigilance Committee, what's up, brother? Big shout out to Vigilance Committee. I also, not only does he have a YouTube channel, but I did an interview with Vigilance Committee. Big shout out to him. If you guys wouldn't mind, head over to Vigilance Committee, sub up to him. Good dude. Never met him before, but he came into my life at a very curious time. And you could tell a lot. You could tell a lot about somebody, you know, by what time in your life they enter it. So, shout out to Vigilance. Everybody go over to his channel, sub up to him, show him some love. And, yeah, appreciate you, Vigilance. That's the lady barber. I'll be nice. I'll ask her who she is. Today. She was the one in the green coat. How are you doing today, young lady?
Hey, how you doing?
What do you stream on TikTok?
I stream on TikTok.
What's your name?
I'm Miss_Knockout.
Miss Knockout.
Miss MISS then underscore and knockout.
All right.
Are you on TikTok too?
Mainly, I'm on everything, but mainly YouTube. But TikTok sometimes. Miss
Yeah, I want
Knockout.
to start my YouTube, but that watch time. Yeah, get that watch time.
I hear you.
And
So we got another pair of eyes on the scene, guys. Miss Knockout on TikTok. Check her out. She's also here every day.
Yeah. What is your name?
David, New York.
David, New York. Okay.
Appreciate
Is the
that.
family going yet?
Only Cassie's husband.
Oh, okay. That means they started.
The whispers are that they might. I've heard people say, will they even show up? They might. They feel like they might. But I think they would want to be there for cross-examination and support them.
Right. Because that is a lot. For 8 weeks coming every day. Takes a toll.
So we have Big Apple vibes. Big Apple vibes. It's not out of I gotta try to remember that. So let me write it down. So when I do have it, I'm just gonna show up. All African Americans should from all prison and jails except for crimes of violence and others. I don't know about you, Joe, but I'm just American. I've never been to Africa. I don't know about this African American. I'm just American.
And you know what?
They got the SWAT. They got the SWAT.
Her own mom, that she was the one trying to find her. So that's what I'm saying. Well, the NDA doesn't count.
Trump is going to come and grab you by the kitty cat. I'm talking about him. Grab you right by the kitty. You watch yourself. You watch yourself talking about the king like that. You watch your mouth when you talk about the king. It's high time. Watch your mouth when you talk about the king. Why is she so far from her reality? Where are you from? Guys, if you can't take the humor, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be. What is it?
Okay.
That's the lady from the Breakfast Club. For all you gossipers. Breakfast Club lady. NYC. I wish I was there. No, you don't. It's hella expensive, filled with crime. It's dangerous. Price of living is ridiculous. The crime. Like you're paying, you know, you go, you live in a nice condo, you pay a bit of money, you get some amenities, you get a doorman, you get somebody to accept your packages. In New York, it's the opposite. You pay for mediocrity. But there he is, guys. I told him. like they're
Before
coming.
I go inside, we're going to keep it a little while. Guess what? I got the whole transcript right here on my phone. So we're going to go to
Oh, they're gonna come out up there. Look, guys, they're coming up out there today. Is that Mama Diddy?
Coming, y'all. Coming.
They're coming right
We got to
now.
go
Yeah.
here.
Seems like they got new security today. They are here, guys. Let's lock in, guys. Lock in, lock in. Are they gonna hop out there? Let's get it good right there, right? Perfect, perfect. Time to lock in, guys. Not gonna be seeing your comments. We lock it in for the shot. So yesterday the daughters didn't come. It was Quincy Brown, King Combs, Justin Combs, and Mama Diddy. Will the daughters be here today? We shall see, but I don't think so. Cross-examination, they're probably still gonna have her talking about those escapades. Probably not. Probably no daughters again today. Hit that like button, guys. 5 likes away from 200. Could we do 200 likes in 2 hours, in under 2 hours? Julia, thank you. Hello, hello. School of Athens, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for being here. Alami, hello to you. Here they come, guys. Here they come. What time is it? 9:23, guys. 9:23. 9:23.
are you guys doing? How has it been listening to the testimony?
How we do today?
Were you able to see good?
How did we do today?
Yes? Okay. Because they don't let me.
Who's the girl? That was his mother. So cool.
You know what I'm saying?
Good. Good. I plead the fifth. That's good. Great. We'll do stuff earlier. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Perfect. Good, good, good. We got this shot today. Another good shot in the books. Appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate it. So that's it. That's it for until lunchtime, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We'll be back on TikTok.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. So I'm not ignoring y'all. I wanted to get a shot. You see, I try to like, yesterday I said to myself, I said, don't focus on the energy. I do focus on focus on what I'm doing and getting the job done for y'all. You know what I'm saying? And not on what's going on. Oh, look. All right. So look. Let's come over. Okay, let's come over here. So we're going to go over a little bit of the transcript. I have the whole transcript right here. Before we go in. Okay, hold on now. Hold on. So we're going to go over the whole transcript. No, not yet. Hold on, yo. Let me get my other charger. Oh, what's up? Hey! Hold on, yo. Lucky I brought my other charger. All right. So, you know, they're going to go in, they're going to do the opening statements or whatever. I'm going to have the whole transcript. Thank you for the team on. I'm going to have the whole transcript, right? We went over the transcript last night from Flores, the security guard. We went through the transcript is like 4 hours. And I say I got through like half of it. And it was pretty intense. I'm going to have to go on Amazon to get a good charger. So what we're going to do this morning before I go in, right, we're going to get a little taste of the transcript from when Cassie was in the courtroom yesterday. All right? So I got the transcript. So everybody come on in. Let's get low. Yo, these likes should be way up. 15K. Appreciate the 15K. But we trying to get to 300-400K, honey. All right? So everybody tap that screen. And I want you to long press my nose. Long press my nose, y'all, on the screen. And share it to all your friends. And drop Miss Knockout a nice little gift for bringing you this good content. Hello? All right. So look, y'all. Alright, so we're going to go through this. Alright, so we're going to go through a little bit of the transcript. Yeah, everybody drop. We can ready to get some tea. Come on, run it up before I drop this tea. Y'all want me to drop this tea? Run it up, son. Thank you for the hand hearts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tap the screen. Long press it. The easiest way to share now is to long press it with your finger. Press my nose, long press it, so you can share to a lot of people that way. All right? Everybody come on in, come on in, come on in. Hey, Britt, Big Apple's out here. Big Apple's in the place over there. My homie. All right, so look. All right. So, let's skip down and let's get, okay, this is here. Okay, so, you know, they call Cassie to the stand. Thank you, y'all. Thank you, y'all. Run it up. Thank you for the team hearts. Everybody get your team heart. Big Apple was in the house. What's up, Big Apple?
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
Hey.
Knockout.
I was up to 1 in the morning.
Oh, I saw you. I was watching it.
Going through the transcript from Flores. We got halfway through it, and they was like, "You got to get some rest." We went
I
through
was dozing off.
Yeah.
I kept looking at these numbers.
We got through half of them. I gotta tell her though today, she gotta get some better readers. She gotta get some actors. That's Sylvia out here. She did it on her. She went. Yeah, but now I got the whole transcript myself. I got Cassie.
I don't see how you can do that. I'm horrible with notes, so.
Yeah. So I'd rather read it myself because I got a little warnage last night because to 18 and like restricted defense, honey. So we don't want to miss that because Brian Steele was cooking Flores last night. We went partly through the defense last night, and Brian Steele was catching Flores out there, honey. If y'all was on my live last night, they was catching him out there, right? Who was on my live last night watching, listening to Brian Steele catch Flores out there, right? Talking about he didn't take that money from Diddy, right? We don't know, homie. Thank you for the clam. All right. So let's go through a little bit of the transcript of Cassie when she took the scan. Yes, you came from Big Apple. What's up, y'all? Me, girl. Yeah. All right, let's get into it. And I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go inside about say a good 10, 15, 10:30. So I'm gonna spend a little time for you, and then I'm gonna come out on a break, and then we're gonna go for it. All right. So Orsa is the prosecution, and Cassie is Cassie.
By the way, as you're watching this Diddy trial, I think it emphasizes how important having a great lawyer is, and that is where our partner and sponsor Morgan & Morgan comes in. So this is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they have so many? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was after insurance offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. Everything from uploading documents to talking to your team, it can all be done on the phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live or by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen.
Right? I'm switching it around, we got to play with the words. Then the prosecutor says, let me show you a video, right? So they go to the video in the elevator, right, in the lobby. So the prosecution asks, where is this? And then she says, the Intercontinental in Los Angeles. It was after the F-off, the freak to the off, right? I don't think that's in the AI yet, right? Can I say it? I don't want to chance it, right? I'm not ignoring the comments, y'all. I'm giving you all the transcript. So I'm sorry. Thank you for the gifts. Well, let's go. So, she said the Intercontinental in Los Angeles, it was after F-off, right? What does that entail? And she said hiring S workers and setting it all up. Thank you for the mic. Thank you. Thank you for the mic. I appreciate you, right? And then she said, how did you feel when you first asked for it? And Cassie said, I felt confused, nervous, and I want to make him happy. And then they asked, did you agree to one when he first proposed the first one? And then she said, yes. Then there were more. Hey! I got the whole transcript, girl.
Girl, did you? Oh, hey.
We made friends. So.
I know, right?
Okay, so. Did you agree to the first one when you proposed the first one? And then she said yes. And then she said, then after that, there were more. And it wasn't something I want to do, at least not that frequently. Let me read that again. It wasn't something I want to do, at least not that frequently. In other words, I was a freakazoid a little bit, but not that much, right? Cassie says, I didn't know what no could turn into. What do you mean? Making him angry, saying no. What were you afraid that what would happen if you said no? Through time, he would black to the male mean with black to the male mean materials, right? And what did you give the government? And then Cassie says laptops. She gave the government, a whole laptop. They got everything, child. Even if you erase something in the laptop, they can retrieve it, right? Then they ask, I've handed up the GX A. Do you recognize it? Cassie says yes. I reviewed this drive. It has communications and documents pertaining to Diddy. Did you review the photos on it? They ask. Cassie says yes. What? This photo? Me in 2004 and Kerry Morgan, Cassie says. Question. When did you sign with Bad Boy Records? Cassie, 2006. Wow, it's been that long? Wow. 2006. Thank you, y'all. Thank you. It was a 10-album deal. What? Yo, you know what a 10-album deal is? She didn't even get one good song out. She said she had hundreds of songs. You never released a song. And that's what happens in this business. It's designed, as Raven Simone told me, the business is designed to keep you out. Alright? It was a 10-album deal, child. She didn't fulfill that album because he didn't release something. None. He held everything over her head. Right? Did you release anything after 2006? No. All right? Where's all my clippers at? Make sure all my clippers in here. Clip me, y'all. Clip me. This is a transcript. Yes, once you sign that deal, you belong to them. Yeah, thank you, Joe. Yeah, JoJo. Thank you. All my peoples that's in here, what's up? All my regular people, what's up? Comments is moving fast. I'm not ignoring anybody. I want to get you all the info. All right? So, did you release anything after 2006? No. What is in this photo that we're looking at? Cassie, Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex. Is it a whole band over here? Huh? Oh, my bad. Respect to the past. So, we down by Chinatown, so it's the culture, All right. So, who is that in the photo? Okay, y'all laughing at me? Don't be laughing at me. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. So, who's in the photo? Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex before me and the mother of his children. All right? Okay. When did you celebrate your birthday in this photo? In Las Vegas. Kerry Morgan was there too. We were out. Kerry Morgan is her friend. We were out on his patio on my 21st birthday after the VMA. Question. And what happened then? Cassie, Sean kissed me in the bathroom, and I'm back to my hotel, and I told Kerry. So this is the first time you kissed her in the bathroom on her birthday when she first signed into the jury into the courtroom. Okay, y'all, keep me posted on what's going on because I'm going to go in a little while. I just wanted to give y'all a taste before I go in because last night we did Flores and we didn't even get to this. But we're going to run over this transcript tonight. So when I go home about 8 o'clock, we're going to run through this transcript again, okay? Okay. And so that was the first time that she kissed him, right, when she was still with Ryan Leslie, all right? All right, keep me posted on what's going on. Let me know when they start the cross-examining her, and I'm Taekwon's here? Go in, girl. Go get us a tea. Okay, they saying go in. Okay, before I go in, yo, light me up, yo. It's 1,600 people in here. Before I shut this thing down, light a sister up, please, because I'm working. I'm still tired from last night. I ain't go get off the live until like 1 o'clock, y'all, doing the transcript with Flawless, right? So, okay, let me start taking my stuff off, y'all. Hold on, let me start taking my stuff off. from today, I'm gonna have the whole transcript, y'all. So we're gonna get it. All right?
They just got there. They just
Yeah.
got there.
Oh, okay. From yesterday?
But I'm like,
No, I got the transcript from yesterday, and I got the one from the day before. Yeah. So I read them at night when I get home. Out of this, all this noise. Yo, yesterday it was. Two of them is 400 and 200. I was up till 1 in the morning. I only got halfway through it. I know you did. I got 2 hours left. You know what I'm saying? Okay, y'all. We're gonna stay a little while.
We probably deal with the reads like on the weekend when this thing died out because it's a lot to read.
Say hi to O's out here.
How y'all doing, y'all?
Look. We got time to go in. It's okay. We got time to go in, y'all, because they go for hours, and in the beginning, it's all fluffy fluff. All right? It's all fluffy fluff. All right? So what the tea is, we get ready to go in a little while and get the tea. Then I'm going to come out in a break. It's a federal case. It's not allowed. So they're going to take all my camera, my phone, and they're going to take all my equipment. They even take my charger. And they take anything that's metal. All right? But it's all good. It's safe. They give me a ticket, you know, and then we'll come back out and we'll start again.
because this is where all the protesters, this is where all the craziness will be happening.
All right, y'all. So let's get it popping. Everybody join the Team Heart. Everybody join the Team Heart. Everybody, all my new people, make sure you follow me. Make sure you follow me. All right? So we getting ready to go step inside. I can public attend the court. That's a yes. You got to know how to move. That's a yes and a maybe a no. You got to know how to move. Everybody join the team. Everybody join the team. We got 251 people on the team. That's right. And everybody share the live. All right? So, yeah, she did a lot of graphicness yesterday. The diddler was squirming a little bit. He was squirming. You know what I'm saying? What station are you, sir? Oh, in Europe? German. Oh, did I interview you the other day? Oh, with some other people in Germany. I interviewed with another German television station. I'm going viral in Germany. Yeah, that's what's up. So you came all the way from Germany? Oh, you live here. Oh, so you got your own, on what, YouTube, or you got your own podcast? So you got this big elaborate camera for what? That's a powerful joint. Okay, so we're going to go in. They're getting ready to show evidence, okay? So we're going to end the live, y'all. Thank you for the 300K. We're going to end the live, and then when is it called? It's starting now. That's why I'm getting ready to go.
good foots, happy feet, just like Neo told me, nigga. So just let me know. It's all good. Anyway, let's get to some of the three. Garagos most likely is gonna cross-examine. You have to. You have to put a woman onto a woman to cross-examine her. Because imagine Cassie and victim crying all these things to the legend, right? Inflatable pool filled with baby oil and Astro Glide lubricant that she had to get it with her high heels on and her outfit on. I came from selling work to get that real work. I changed my life, right? It's good I changed my life. Look, I got protected to be me. I had these feelings as a kid. And now we're going to see so much shit. I'm just outside talking to people out. I'm outside. I can go stand on. Look, I'm outside talking to people. I'm live. I'm live on live. I'm outside in real time. We
And this guy is very handy. Was impossible to find for some reason. Shoot, yeah.
Ear to ear.
Yeah, yeah.
8-0? Jesus.
Yeah. That's what they advertise it as.
I believe you, man.
Yeah.
That's almost as tall as a
idea what you're talking about. July. 2-2. New York City, USA. Okay.
Is there a license plate or like,
325. Yes. Okay, sure. All right. No, well, the complaint is there. And you speak to Trump, man, and what the hell's saying? And you go like this. And I'm hoping you don't have a little that movie done or whatever. So everybody.
By the way, as you're watching this Diddy trial, I think it emphasizes how important having a great lawyer is. And that is where our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. So this is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they have so many? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was after insurance offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. Everything from uploading documents to talking to your team, it can all be done on the phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live or by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen. Significantly less in each of these cases. And
put a tie-dye suit on so they get crawl on me, but like,
You get to see it from like a remote, like viewing station.
I can't imagine the shit that's down there.
Literally, yeah.
Really cool. But they were finished.
I feel like she's gonna like just her heart is relevant to someone in the right place, but just doesn't have like the following.
Yeah, and believe me, like the thing, the shit that you've been accused of doing compared to Trump, I can live with that.
Moral high ground.
See, I think that the Republicans, you know, all that they're doing don't realize the shitstorm that they have opened, right? Because you just don't, I wouldn't, if the person came up with like a, as long as they were giving Democrats what they want, I wouldn't give a shit what they, you know, like compared to what Trump is doing. Well, he's getting, there's no moral, like things like that, like if you got accused of terror or whatnot, you have no political career, there'd be no way to let it grow, everybody would elect you to the office. And the fact that the man doesn't know that accepting a $400 million plane from Qatar is probably not a good thing to do is worrisome. No, seriously. Do you know how much it's going to cost for the United States to take that fucking plane apart, sweep it, Diddy,
Mexico. Yo, I love Mexico. The place like it's power. There's all these rappers saying Puerto Rico. You got the Dominican. start seeing some like text recorders fill it out first. I'm gonna go up in like 10 minutes. Thank you. I'm so full. I appreciate it. Yeah. I paid cash, but ultimately I will. Yeah, for sure. Well, I got like bakery stuff, like all the dim sum, like people's
Hey everybody, welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you for joining us for our live lunch show during the Sean Combs criminal trial. We are going to be taking your questions because today is such a pivotal day. Cassandra Ventura is not only back on the stand, the key witness, victim number one in this case, but she is being cross-examined by Sean Combs' defense team. And there are a number of areas that they are going to hit. But again, we are going to be taking your questions. We're going to be getting expert analysis on this cross-examination. There are no cameras in the courtroom. There's no audio recording equipment in the courtroom. So we are your best at reporting to you in real time about what is happening to you. And by the way, in a few minutes, we're going to get Elizabeth Milner on here, our Law and Crime reporter who was in that courtroom. Because I have to tell you, there's one thing reporting to you about what the questioning is like. It's a whole other thing, the tone in which the cross-examination is being conducted. How are the jurors responding? These are things we do not get from the transcript alone. So I'm so happy that we're going to have Elizabeth on. Now, just to give you an idea about what we're talking about in this case, Sean Combs, of course, being charged with sex trafficking of two alleged victims, including Cassandra Ventura, also charged with conspiracy, racketeering conspiracy. So we're talking about a criminal enterprise. We're talking about an agreement to further racketeering activities, criminal activities, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Over the last 2 days, Cassandra Ventura has elicited truly disturbing and compelling testimony. And I actually have a sidebar coming out where we take what she said and we match it up to the charges that Sean Combs is facing. And arguably, she has ticked off a lot of the boxes, a lot of the elements for the prosecution to secure a conviction against Sean Combs. However, there is a lot of room by which the defense can move here. And so what are some of the things we've heard already? That it's what we expected, by the way, and what they needed to do given the testimony that came out. So they need to do two things. Telling the truth, this does not amount to sex trafficking or racketeering. They focused on coming back, although she disputed that she loved him, that there might be instances where she was jealous, that she needed attention, that she wanted a baby, that she helped him set up the freak-offs, that she didn't properly voice her objections, that she at one point didn't say it mattered when the freak-offs happened. It's the idea that she was a willing participant, that she consented to a lot of this alleged criminal behavior or alleged sex trafficking. And, you know, one thing the defense even displayed was a 2009 exchange where Combs apparently wrote, "When do you want to freak off?" To which Ventura appeared to respond, "I'm always ready to freak off." These are important issues that are being discussed. So I want to bring on right now criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Ferrer, and also criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Serena Townsend. It's great to have you both here. Thank you so much for taking the time. Safa, I'll start with you. Again, it seems to me this is not entirely unexpected, what we're hearing from the defense. Do you think it's effective, what they're hitting?
I think it's absolutely effective. One of the things that the defense is trying to do here is essentially say, hey, this is not a racketeering case. This is, in fact, more of a domestic violence case. And we're not disputing that Mr. Combs may have been an unfavorable human being to Ms. Ventura, but this is better fit in the world of domestic violence, not racketeering activity. And so the defense is cross-examining her, essentially showing that, yes, and admitting that, yes, this is was a domestically violent relationship. But not only that, but Ms. Ventura had times or the ability to exit that relationship over a period of time, that she herself was a willing participant based on some of the text messages that are now in evidence and some of the testimony which indicated that she, wanted to participate in these sorts of things because she didn't want him to do them with anybody else. There was a period of time, I believe, where they broke up and ultimately possibly got back together or had sexual activity after the breakup. So the defense is really going to crack at those things to show that this was not done by force or coercion or anything of that nature.
But Serena, the question is, could she really leave, right? So what came out of the last 2 days? You not only have a 17-year age difference, there were text messages that arguably showed a level of manipulation from Sean Combs. There was her testimony and apparently photographs, and of course the 2016 videotape that shows he was physically violent with her. And the question is, if you step away, if you don't do what he wants, you could face his wrath. And the idea there that he had financial control over her, he was controlling different aspects of her life, the way she appeared. It's not so simple, right? Now, I will tell you, I knew the defense, and they haven't gotten it quite yet, I don't believe. She claims she was raped by Sean Combs, and then had one more consensual encounter with him. Now, you and I both know that's happened in a number of sexual abuse cases. There are a number of reasons why an alleged victim might go forward. But this is a jury who's hearing all this. And I do wonder, does the last 2 days of testimony, and it was incredibly graphic, let me say that right here. What we're hearing is incredibly graphic and disturbing, and we are not going to repeat all of these allegations, but I want to give you a fair warning about what we're talking about. Does what they heard in the last 2 days, Serena, completely outweigh where the defense is going to go on cross-examination?
So much about this case is who is picked on that jury. You know, one would hope that a jury could understand and appreciate that there are many, many layers to this story. And while it might have been a domestic violence situation, it could also have led to this RICO case, this trafficking case.
Right.
And it is not as simple you're right. And it's not as simple to say, listen, she came back to him over and over again. There are these text messages, and therefore that's all there is to the story. It is a layered story, and the prosecution does have an uphill battle to overcome those text messages and the things that she has said in the past. It'd be very important for them to educate the jury about what a domestic violence victim goes through, about the fact that she was only 19 years old. And I do think that that video is so compelling. It adds so much to her testimony so that the prosecution can say, don't just listen to what she said, watch what happened.
Of course. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break because we're getting Elizabeth Milner up here during the lunch break. I want to know what the scene was like in that courtroom and how the questioning and answers were conducted. So stay with us here on Law&Crime. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with Elizabeth, and we're also going to take your questions on the other side. Stay with us. That courtroom for Cassie Ventura's cross-examination by the defense. And again, I want to give everybody a warning here. The testimony is incredibly graphic. It is gruesome. We are doing our best to be respectful of what is happening in that courtroom, but also at the same time relaying the proper information to you. Elizabeth, I know my time with you is limited. I know you have to go back in there. So I want to ask you real quick, what were the highlights of the cross-examination? And also, what is the tone by which the cross-examination is being done? Is it combative back and forth? That's the thing we can't get from the transcript right now.
Yeah, as far as the cross-examination goes, for the most part, it seems very casual. We were thinking that it might be aggressive, it might be combative, but for the most part, Cassie has been very forthcoming in answering these questions. You know, she's showing, Ana Maria Estevao is showing her text messages and email chains and BlackBerry messages from 2007, from 2009, where Cassie is confessing her love to Diddy, or she is asking for a freak off, or she's, asking, about just more intimate details from her relationship with him. Because to your point, Jesse, a lot of this stuff, some of these messages that we did see in court today were very graphic in nature. And so, the questioning was starting out about the relationship between the two. When it first started out in around that 2007 time period, around that 2009 period, that's when the questioning at the beginning of it kind of all started. And you would think that that would be, an aggressive moment or a combative moment, especially as you're seeing messages that say, I'm a very lucky woman, I miss you, and I'd fly wherever you need me, I love you. And then you see Diddy respond, I love you so much, it makes me cry. And then Cassie writing back, you hungry pop. But I'm thinking, just from my perspective, that around those time frames, she was still relatively young. For the most part, she was in her early 20s. She was also asked about a previous relationship she had with another music producer named Ryan Leslie. And around this time frame, the defense was kind of saying, when you started dating him, you were 18, 19 years old, and he was 10 years older than you. And asking, with respect to Sean Combs and with respect to Diddy, asking whether or not, that her entire world opened up because she was dating this man at this time period. Because remember, around that time, Diddy essentially reigned king amongst everyone. And so a lot of the questioning was a lot of messages that were shown today. A lot saying, I love you so much. It made me feel like I can't wait until we just don't care anymore. And by saying we don't care anymore, that's about, her just wanting to be open and public about this relationship. You see Cassie say, Pop, I really miss you. And Diddy responding in these messages, me too, baby. Damn, I can't wait until I see you. You see a 2010 message where Cassie says, so you hung up. It's like I need to have something written out to say to you with no breathing room or you'll get mad at me. I haven't talked to you at all. I know you have 3 minutes because, around this time he is running a bunch of businesses. He's going to board meetings. He's traveling across the country. But it seems like, Cassie, from her point of view, just by reading these messages, that you could kind of tell that she was just somebody, at least from my perspective, somebody that was young and in love and just wanted her boyfriend around that time. I will say, as far as just kind of the tone in the courtroom today, this was a day many of us were waiting for, because it is the cross-examination. We were wondering what the defense is going to try to poke at with, kind of maybe discrediting some of the claims, especially the claims about whether or not this was consensual or non-consensual, whether or not Cassie initiated wanting to do these FOs, or whether it was, Sean Combs who initiated and wanted to do it and made her, gather these escorts. And we haven't gotten too far into the testimony. I will say one thing today, Jesse, and some of the arguments that we had heard, even as I was leaving the courtroom just to come out and do this hit with you today, is that Cassie may be on the stand well until tomorrow as well, too, still in cross-examination, something that the judge was a little like, whoa, what are you guys talking about? You guys told me that you would be wrapped up today or possibly tomorrow. And the defense said today that they still have so much more to go over, to the point that this could drag into Friday and possibly even spill over into Monday if they have to do redirect or even have to do recross. And so that was something that they were ironing out as soon as the lunch break hit, right when I was leaving to come out here to speak with you. And so it seems like they still have a long ways to go into this cross-examination. There were times that I was thinking maybe that this would get combative, maybe Cassie would get mad or angry or anything like that. I saw none of that. She was, again, very forthcoming, answering her questions in the courtroom, still very soft-spoken, even when those graphic messages were shown inside the courtroom, even as she had to read some of these, and these are very sexual in nature. Some of them I'm not going to repeat here on air, but for the most part, when she was answering the question, she still kept the exact same tone that she had even during her direct examination. As for Ana Maria Estevao, excuse me, I mispronounced her name earlier when we were talking about her, but even when she was asking her questions, it was a little kind of messy at times. I was kind of like, is she just going to ask a direct question? And Cassie was like, can you repeat that? Can you rephrase it? And then there were a lot of objections during the line of questioning. One thing I did note is that I'm a little surprised that Ana Maria Estevao is actually doing the line of questioning, because from what I can see of her, she's conferring a lot with Tenny Garagos during this line of questioning, whereas with AUSA Emily Johnson, when she was doing her direct examination, as far as, Maureen Comey, as far as she was participating in that, she was just, handing her sticky notes from time to time. She would get up, she would sit down. It wasn't too distracting, kind of like it is a little bit between the defense table, just kind of going back and forth. You see Diddy at the defense table. He is, again, participating in his defense. He's very much eyeballing these exhibits. He's writing notes down. He's conferring, with Mark Agnifilo and who's sitting right beside him, who normally sits kind of at the end of the table, but for today he's sitting right beside Diddy. And so that's pretty much the big sticking points that I'm definitely seeing with this cross-examination so far. And again, we still have so much more to go, according to the defense. They're not even scratching the surface yet, according to them.
Not surprisingly, I think it was said today, this is the star witness of the prosecution's case. I think the defense, their case, is mostly wrapped up in how Cassandra Ventura appears in front of this jury. So I'm not surprised it's going to take some time. Elizabeth, I wish we had a little bit more time, but I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. So thank you so much. We're going to get you back later on in the day. Elizabeth Milner, great reporting as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so I want to continue the conversation and take your questions right now about this. I'm back here with Saf. I'm back here with Serena. So one of the questions that we got, and I want to pull it up right now. Let me just pull it up where it was, where we got it. It was a good question. Now I'm having trouble finding it. Okay. This is a question from Jaden Jarrell. I'm going to throw this to you, Safa. Do you think the text messages make her not credible? And when we think about text messages, I'll give you an example. This was one from apparently she wrote to Combs in an email. In order for me to be more open with the things we do in bed, I need to feel safe, like home, like this is my husband, and this is the only man that will ever have this aggressive sexual side of me. When we used to freak off, when we were so in love, there were no questions asked. It felt right, like it literally made sense for the next step in our sex life together. What do you think?
The text messages certainly will weigh on her credibility. I think what we've heard, or what we're hearing now through the cross-examination, is the defense attorney essentially using these text messages to say to her, well, listen, you again were a willing participant, you continue this relationship with him. And the defense is highlighting that through those text messages and through the conversations Ms. Ventura has been having. But it also goes both ways, because also in those text messages, which there are some ones for the prosecution here, she discusses how he has been physically violent towards her. They discuss the freak offs and a number of other things that really go to show that there was some sort of physical violence within the relationship, threats of force and things like that, which the government essentially has to prove. So the jury is going to determine how credible Ms. Ventura is, and the judge will instruct them on how to determine that. And they will be able to decide whether or not those text messages are consistent with her credibility, and if they either bolster or affirm her credibility or discredit her.
Well, I'll tell you what, we did a poll up on Law&Crime. This was the question. After hearing both the allegations and the defense cross-examination so far, who do you find more credible? 80% say Cassie, 20% say Diddy. Serena, you think that's going to be consistent with what the jury's thinking at this point? Or it's very difficult to know because, again, there's one thing how we're listening to the transcript, or at least we're reading from the transcript, versus how the questioning is done inside that courtroom. What do you think?
So much plays a role here, Jesse. It goes in every different direction. First of all, the people who are taking the poll are almost self-selected, right? They're obviously interested and have been following the Diddy case for a long time. They might actually know, your Law and Crime viewers might know a lot more about this case than the jurors do, at least at this point. And so it's hard to say whether it's going to, spill over to how the jury feels. On the other hand, the jury is supposed to be objective. It's supposed to reflect the community. And hopefully the jury is listening very, very intently to all of the testimony, both the cross and also the direct from the prosecution. I do think that Cassie has come across very credible. I also do think that there is a little bit of an uphill battle with respect to these text messages, because they're going to try to say, look, you're saying these things now, but your state of mind at the time was that you were a willing participant.
We'll talk about the defense and something that Elizabeth just brought up, Safa. Why would it be Ana Esteveo is doing the cross-examination as opposed to Tenny Garagos? Do you have a theory about that?
Oh, absolutely. There's absolutely no way that the defense could have allowed a male to cross-examine Miss Ventura for optics purposes.
Well, Tenny Garagos is a woman.
Yeah, well, and so I guess to the point, and I think what I heard Elizabeth say was what she was conferring, or I think it was Miss Anna who was conferring with other attorneys. But essentially, they need a woman to cross-examine Miss Ventura. And the importance of that is because optically speaking, when you have a man who is cross-examining a woman, especially a pregnant woman who is very delicate in nature because of her pregnancy condition, it just looks bad to have a male cross-examine her. So it's not surprising that the defense would have made the decision to have this particular attorney cross-examine her. And I think for optics speaking, that was the right thing for them to do. If they had a male cross-examining Miss Ventura, it would have just looked very aggressive, as if they're pummeling down or combative with a woman who is pregnant and fragile and maybe in the eyes of the jury is a victim. So they're very careful about that.
It's interesting when we talk about her cross-examination because we have a question here, Serena, from Legs 7K. With today's cross-examination, could Cassie be on the stand tomorrow, or is there a new witness to testify? So it seems the judge said in court, hey, listen, guys, the plan was, you always knew her testimony had to end this week. Now, why that's the case, maybe it has to do with pregnancy. I'm not entirely sure, but what I will tell you is there is a lot more they need to question her about, and there's a lot more that I imagine the prosecution wants to come back at with a redirect. Why is it so important to have this testimony finished up by the end of the week? Do you think that this is realistically going to end by tomorrow, or do you think this has to extend until Monday? I mean, doesn't the defense and the prosecution have a right to question this witness as much as they need to? This is the star witness in this case.
100%. I would highly doubt that this is going to end today. Most likely it will continue tomorrow, possibly into Monday. I'm smiling because I think it's funny in a way, because even though this is P. Diddy and he's a famous guy and this is, the trial of the century at the moment, these scheduling things happen in all cases. Judges get very frustrated. Witnesses get frustrated routinely when things don't go their way, when schedules are longer than expected. The judge also wants to keep the schedule tight for the jury's purpose. I assume that the tightness, though, is because Cassie is pregnant. They don't want to overwhelm her. They don't want a medical situation. They want to make sure that she's okay. But you are correct. Both sides have an opportunity and must have an opportunity, especially Diddy's team, to confront his accuser.
And Serena, real quick follow-up on that. A part of me wonders, while they had to have her testify first, she's the star witness of the case, and also the practical reality is we can't wait 8 weeks. She might give birth. But at the same time, primacy, recency, this is going to be 8 weeks from when the jury hears her testimony and goes into deliberations. Is that a problem or a benefit for the prosecution? I spoke to a lawyer earlier today who said, first thing the jury hears, they're going to remember that versus, towards the end, when the defense has an opportunity to cross-examine the prosecution's star witness, might not work to their benefit. I understand the practical realities of having her testify first, but is that going to hurt or help the prosecution?
Well, I love that you came up with primacy and recency. Those psychological thoughts are very apparent in trials all the time. The first thing you hear and the last thing you hear are typically the things that you remember. And so there's so much strategy that happens when prosecutions present a case to a jury. So much goes into who goes first, when they say the things that they need to say, whether they're still on the stand during cross, during the weekend. Are the jurors going to be thinking about her testimony over the weekend? And how are they going to be thinking about it? Was it the last word that they heard from the defense? Was the last word that they heard from the prosecution? Strategy is so important in trial, and the order of witnesses has a lot to do with that strategy. So I think for two reasons, yeah, the fact that she's going to give birth very soon, and the fact that the prosecution wants the jury to remember her testimony are two solid reasons why Cassie went first.
So by the way, I think she also went first, and not to self-promote, but I'll self-promote because this is what I do. I did a sidebar. It's coming out later today. I mentioned it before. We matched up Cassandra Ventura's direct examination and how it will help prove the elements of each one of the charges. So Safa, I think that when she talks about threats of violence, control, that all works to force, fraud, coercion, elements of sex trafficking, her being transported, allegedly having sexual relations with escorts in different cities, them getting paid, goes to sex trafficking. When she mentions, escorts, at least one being brought to different cities, transportation to engage in prostitution. The racketeering case is interesting. Safa, we have a question from Sharada Ramanthan. Apologies if I mispronounced that. The evidence of an entire enterprise being involved is way beyond domestic abuse, right? Yes. I'm curious, based on what you've seen in her direct examination, do you think she has provided enough of this racketeering, criminal enterprise, common purpose, racketeering conspiracy is the actual charge? Do you think she's done it?
I think she's certainly setting the framework for that. And I think to an extent she has. With regard to an enterprise, it needs to be an individual or at least one or more people acting in concert and things of that nature. Mr. Combs, in and of himself, is an individual. So her testimony that at his direction he was doing certain things to further this sex trafficking and kidnapping or conspiracy, is enough. Now, what I expect that the prosecution is going to do is that they are going to add additional witnesses after Ms. Ventura comes off the stand that will help further the idea or their theory that there were other people that were acting in concert or this criminal enterprise, whether that be security guards or other people that may have worked for Mr. Combs during that time period, which will go to show that this was an enterprise. But I think that Cassie or Ms. Ventura has set the framework, and we have a little bit from her, maybe not enough, but I think the prosecution's on the right track with showing that this is an enterprise.
Well, she said he has staff, he has security at his beck and call. They kept contacting her, getting a hold of her. They would punish her, take things away, clean up the rooms after freak-offs. I think that's, common purpose, team. There's an argument there. And by the way, even talking about something like Scott Mescudi, Kid Cudi, that Combs allegedly blew up his car, arson is one of the underlying predicate crimes that, may have to be proven to prove racketeering conspiracy. The drugs that she had taken, drug trafficking. So sex trafficking. I mean, we mentioned before, another one of the predicate crimes, and I believe you have to prove at least 2 predicate crimes to get to racketeering. So look, obviously an important witness. And Saf, I'll just stick with you because we have a follow-up question from Sam. By the way, how'd you get Sam as the YouTube name? You got the first Sam. No conflict there? I don't know on YouTube if you got multiple names, but Sam, congratulations. Only Sam on YouTube. My question is if Diddy is convicted of racketeering, what happens to his assets? Safa.
I expect that the government is going to go forward with forfeiture proceedings and essentially say that he has made some of these funds or his money and built his empire based off of this illegal conduct and activity. Although we also know that he is a, well-famed producer, songwriter, and things of that nature. But I expect that the government is going to go after his assets.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have another question I want to throw to you, Serena. And by the way, keep the questions coming. We're going to be here probably for another hour or so. And as soon as they go back live in court, we are going to report in real time Cassandra Ventura's testimony, again being cross-examined by the defense, and we'll break it down in real time. Question for you from Olivia Carter. How does the defense even have a chance if there's clear photo and video evidence of everything Cassie described?
Well, you break down those photos and video and say this is evidence of something, but it's not evidence of the crimes being charged. As Tenny Garagos mentioned in her opening statement, albeit maybe a little ineloquently, this is you're going to hear evidence of domestic violence, but it's not going to amount to the federal charges of, RICO, kidnapping, etc. So there will be evidence of some bad behavior. And if you're the defense, you basically just have to embrace the bad behavior and tell the jury, listen, it's your job to listen to the judge's instructions and to follow exactly what the elements of the crimes that are charged are. And if it doesn't meet exact definitions of those elements, then you cannot convict him. And so even though the evidence is corroborative of what she's saying happened, the defense is going to argue it's simply not enough to move from just your general domestic violence, which is terrible, but is not what's being charged here, all the way to these federal crimes.
And look, the defense has to worry, despite the jury's duty, their promise to only base this decision on the facts and the evidence. When you hear what she testified to, when you watch the video, when you see the photographs, you wonder if emotion will influence the jury's decision. It's a problem. The jury system's not perfect, but it's a problem. And again, even though he's not charged with sex abuse or rape, right? He's charged with very specific, complicated crimes. I think it's complicated even for me as an attorney to explain what racketeering and sex trafficking is. You wonder, can a jury properly match the allegations to the elements? That might all come down to closing arguments at the end of the day. Okay. We've got a question from William Phillips for you, Safa. Why didn't the hotel security call the police? He claims he turned down the money.
I can't answer that. I don't think any of us are in a position to answer that other than the security guard himself. So there may have been other reasons why, and I have not been privy to what's being said in the courtroom, in real time. But I do believe that the security guard instructed them to go back to their rooms. And I think that at some point, individuals attempted to intervene, and Ms. Ventura indicated that she did not want anybody to call the police. I'm not sure if it's with respect to that specific act, but I think the security guard is the only one that's in a position to really say why he did not call the police.
And I don't know how much that's going to matter because we saw it, right? We saw it. It's not as if we cover this all the time. Well, if there really was a crime committed or you really were nervous, how come the police weren't called? We saw the video. We know what happened. And now and the defense didn't shy away from it. They said it's indefensible. But is it just domestic violence? Is it sex trafficking? And remember, the allegation was she was leaving after this freak-off. I think there was one allegation in particular. You want to talk about really tying it to the charges. She testified yesterday, Serena, that Sean Combs showed her a video of freak-offs on a plane. Okay, so now they're traveling. They land, so she felt trapped. She felt threatened by him. He was going to release it. He wants a freak off right after they land. He gets a freak off. I mean, that is arguably one of the most concrete ties of sex trafficking, I feel, right? You got travel, threats, freak off, escort, payment, no?
Yes, it checks all of the boxes. You have, traveling across the state lines, you have manipulation, coercion, and then you have the act itself taking place immediately after all of those things. It does. I mean, as we were talking about earlier, a lot of the way to prove this case is to show the layers and to build on the foundation. And that's going to require several witnesses. But as you just mentioned, some of the information might really just be tied up in a nice little bow to explain all of it in one incident. And so there's going to be several incidents, but this one in particular, yes, you can argue to the jury, it checks the box of so many of the elements that the prosecution needs to prove in this case.
Safo, got a question from Daniela, 3984. What is happening with witness number 3? I think they mean alleged victim number 3. Anyone heard anything, right? As far as I know, they can't seem to locate this person, which, by the way, begs the question why it was so important to get Cassandra Ventura on the stand immediately. Because if you lose victim 3, or alleged victim 3, and alleged victim 1, Cassandra Ventura, gives birth and can't testify, your case dramatically hit, no? Safa, you with us? Serena, I'll throw it to you as we work with Safa. Okay, I don't know if anybody can hear me right now. Okay, we're working. Serena's with me. Serena's with
I
me.
can hear you. I can hear you. I got you. Yeah, that's part of the strategy. I got to tell you, I was a prosecutor for 10 years, and there's nothing more stressful than presenting your case, because you never know what can happen with your witnesses. They can disappear. They could feel too scared. They can get cold feet. They can give birth. They could die. I mean, the burden of proof is on the prosecution no matter what, and you need those witnesses to show up. You have a judge breathing down your neck about the schedule. You have the burden of proof to prove every element of the case. Presumably, you need every one of your witnesses to show up in order to do so. And so, yeah, they're probably like, get Cassie on the stand before she gives birth. Get witness number 3 on the stand before they disappear again. It's a circus, and it requires a lot of, it takes a village basically to try a case.
Absolutely. Safa, can you hear me? Thumbs up? Yeah, we're good? Okay, good. So we got
up, I think.
Okay, good. We got a question from Fabiha Faiza Abanti. To prove, will the prosecution bring in a psychologist to prove the power imbalance? Now, if I may just jump in real quick, I believe psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes is going to testify, who testified in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. She is not allowed to discuss coercive control, okay, which can be a form of domestic abuse. She can discuss coping strategies for alleged victims, why alleged victims may stay and not leave abusive partners, which I think becomes a big factor here. I guess the question is, how important is that going to be for the case?
It's going to be really important for the case, because I think what a lot of people are going to be thinking as this case continues is that, again, why did she stay when she had an opportunity to leave? Or if she even had an opportunity to leave, why didn't she take that opportunity? And what this witness is going to do is essentially educate the jury on patterns of domestic violence and why individuals may stay. The honeymoon phase, as we call it, and then the violent phase, and then there's an altercation that takes place, and then there's another honeymoon phase, and it's not exactly those in that exact order. But this witness would essentially educate the jury on why, which would ultimately do away with any possibility that someone would say, or that the jury would say, essentially, she consented and stayed. This will go to show that her, under that domestically violent situation, continued on because she was being threatened, because of her fear of violence, and all of those sorts of things.
So again, we're taking your questions right now as we wait for live testimony to begin. Once again, there's no cameras, there's no audio. We will do our best to report to you in real time Cassandra Ventura's continued testimony under cross-examination. But Safa, I'll just hit you with another question. This is from Purple Hippies. If you believe Cassie is innocent, besides the video, I believe they mean the 2016 videotape of her appearing to be beaten by Sean Combs, what else do they have for evidence?
Well, what's happening here is there's not a determination as to whether or not Cassie is innocent in this case. Cassie has not been charged with a crime. She's simply a government witness, and she is the underlying witness or victim with respect to this. So this is not a matter of her being innocent or her being a participant to some extent. It's the United States of America versus Mr. Combs, and his guilt or innocence is what's to be determined here. So it's not her innocence, but her credibility will certainly come into question as she continues to testify through direct prosecution and redirect as well.
Have another question from Janae Hall. Will Diddy take the stand in his own defense, Serena?
Oh man. 9 times out of 10, a defense attorney will tell their client not to take the stand. That being said, in a situation where you want to say things were consensual, it might be important for a jury to hear from the defendant, to hear the circumstances from their point of view. I personally think that this decision is not going to be made until the close of evidence on the prosecution's case. I think that they will always leave open the option of having Diddy testify, because you never know what could be countered with his testimony. But it is very dangerous to have the defendant testify, because it opens them up to tons of cross-examination, things that they don't want the defendant to have to answer to.
And it's very different from when he took the stand in his nightclub shooting case so many years ago. Very different circumstances here. Okay, I promised everybody we'd have updates from court, and they are back. So let me give everybody an update. The judge has asked the defense attorney, Ana Esteveo, Ms. Esteveo, has the witness, meaning Cassandra Ventura, had a chance to review the exhibits? The prosecutor responds they are lengthy. The judge says, we'll do the best that we can. I was told this witness would be off the stand by the end of the week. We let the jury go early yesterday. The judge followed up with, if there's something that really needs to be done on cross-examination after lunch tomorrow, I may allow it. We have to leave time for redirect. This witness is being responsive. So, Safa, there is an effort by this court to make sure that Cassandra Ventura doesn't come back into court next week. Now, trials are fluid. What do you think the right thing to do is here?
You know, unfortunately, I think the right thing to do is to continue to allow Ms. Ventura to testify and allow the defense and the prosecution to take as much time with her as they need. And I know it's not the most comfortable thing. I know time is of the essence because she is expecting, but this is a court of law. The important part here is a fair jury, and that would require her to continue to testify. I know that the defense has a lot more to go, and it's only right and it's only fair judicially to allow them to continue to do that and not cut them short. And I think that if that is the case, that certainly could be an issue that's brought up on appeal. And the prosecution is also going to want to take the opportunity to rehabilitate her if necessary.
So I mentioned we have these polls going up on Law&Crime, and I hope everybody can jump in there. They're on YouTube. I mentioned before how a majority of those polled believe that Cassie is more credible than Diddy after both her direct examination and the start of the cross-examination. Well, we have another poll. Is the defense's strategy of using old text messages to challenge Cassie's allegations effective? This is a closer one. 47% say very effective, 53% say not very effective. Serena, that's interesting, right? I mean, because it's not as if, I guess, Cassie had shied away from her alleged participation or love in the freak-offs or her love of Sean Combs, but they do provide a piece of this puzzle in a way. It's a complicated case. It seems it's more gray than black and white. But when you see that poll relatively close about the effectiveness of the text messages, what does that tell you?
I'm surprised. In my practice and from what I've seen in my almost 2 decades of practicing criminal law, I think your statements, if they are inconsistent statements, they weigh very heavily on a jury's determination of credibility. You make prior inconsistent statements. I mean, it's very effective for a defense attorney to say, hey, listen, you are going to have to rely mainly on this person's testimony and credibility. You have to judge this person. You have to decide whether they're telling you the truth or not. How are you going to do that if you weren't personally there? How can you judge them? And a huge way to judge people is based on whether they've kept a consistent story, whether they're telling a jury something today that they've told other people differently in the past. And in my experience, a jury really does glom on to prior inconsistent statements and does hold that against the witness. Now, it's possible that people are just, really giving her the benefit of the doubt because she was so young and because of the circumstances of the power imbalance. And maybe that is why people are just not willing to just kind of take the text messages and say, oh, that's it, she's not credible.
Now, look, we're focusing so much time on Cassandra Ventura, not only because she's on the stand, but she is victim number one. She's the star witness in this case. And I'll talk about a little bit later whether or not she will make or break this entire case. But This is important, Safa. We got a question from Rachel Renee. Is there proof, or do we know if the FBI was investigating Diddy before Cassie filed her lawsuit? I will go out and say I haven't heard that. It seems to me it was Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit that launched everything. Would I be correct in assuming that?
I agree. I agree as well. I think that Ms. Ventura's lawsuit was the catalyst for why we're here today. And essentially, her allegations in the lawsuit are echoed in this federal indictment. So I don't think that there's any evidence or proof that the FBI was investigating him prior to this. I do think that the basis of the launch of the investigation was as a result of Ms. Ventura's lawsuit.
And by the way, what she's testified to in the last 2 days with her complaint, the lawsuit that she filed against Sean Combs. So that hasn't changed. We got a question here from McAllister. What do you guys think is the prosecution's strongest charge? I'll ask both of you. I'll start with you, Serena. For me, let me start. It was to everybody, I guess. So I'll tell you me. I think transportation to engage in prostitution. I think that is a very difficult charge for them to defend. If you're talking about transporting alleged victims and sex workers for the purposes of transportation, for the purposes of prostitution, if you're talking about payment and you're talking about Cassandra Ventura being flown to different places, the argument during the opening statement was Combs paid these people for their time and experience. What? I think he's going to easily be convicted of that charge. That's my point. Serena, what do you think? Which charge do you think is the strongest?
You stole my thunder, Jesse.
Sorry.
That's exactly the charge that's exactly the charge I was going to say, because there's not too many. It's not convoluted. It's a pretty straightforward charge, and the evidence is pretty straightforward to prove that charge. And you don't have to, really judge somebody's credibility on that charge versus, consent versus not consent, domestic violence versus kidnapping. This charge seems to be pretty easily made out. So that's the easiest charge in my opinion as well.
Safa, before I go to you on that, I just want to give everybody an update from court. So Cassandra Ventura has entered court once again. Again, we're giving real-time updates about what's happening. She has entered the courtroom. The jury has entered. The cross-examination appears like it has continued or is about to continue. Sean Combs' attorney, Anna Estevao, says, let's turn to GX 411. Prosecutor Emily Johnson says it's not in evidence yet. Estevao says, so B414, page 3 and 4, you wrote, I love our FOs, meaning freak-offs, when we both want it. You felt that? Ventura responds, loving FOs were just words at that point. Estevao says, Mr. Combs wrote to you, I want to freak out right now, and you wrote that you wanted it too. LOL, me too. Ventura responds in court, I texted more than that. Estevao says, but you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, Jules is available if you're into it. So, Safa, let's just, I mean, if you want to talk about the most strongest, but just a reaction to that, because it goes to this idea she was a willing participant. But, someone would look at that and say, someone can agree to sexual intercourse 99% of the time, but that one time they say no and they are sexually assaulted, that is sexual assault. I mean, what is your take on how important this idea of her, these messages, and her being a willing participant is?
I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm having some technical
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
so
Serena, did you hear?
the
That's
question.
okay. Safa, stand by. We're going to work on your tech. Serena, did you hear my question?
No, I did not hear your question. Can you say it again?
Okay. All right. Here we go. So
We had a little tech issue here too.
Okay. All right. It's all good. So basically, I was reading from the transcript of court, and more of Cassandra Ventura's text messages are being read, which would seem to suggest she wanted to participate or was willing to participate in the freak-offs. And if that's the case, again, you could have somebody who 99% of the time will agree to sexual intercourse. The one time they say no and it's imposed against them and they're sexually assaulted, that's sexual assault. That's it. The defense is focusing a lot on her being a willing participant, either as a form to, strike at her credibility or to say, she was a part of this. How effective is this?
It could be effective, right? These text messages definitely show kind of this eagerness to participate, the desire to be in his circle, the desire to be loved by him. And so, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, those text messages I found were to be pretty damning, and to show that she wanted to be in that situation. They do have evidence of that. Now, again, I go back to this video. The video is just so helpful to show that at some point she changed her mind. If she did, in fact, originally want to be a part of the freakouts, at some point later on down the road, she did not. And exactly what you said is true. If you agree to have consensual sex 99 times and then the 100th time you say no, it is rape. If you
Right.
are, so I do agree. The text messages are damning, but then again, she could have wisened up. She was a young girl. She could have taken a look around and realized, like, hey, this is really uncomfortable for me. This is not something I want to be a part of. And I'm putting my foot down now. And the second she put her foot down, that's when it becomes non-consensual.
Serena, we have a super chat question. Thank you so much for your support. Captain and Hard, this is a question. Do you think the defense will show abuse from Cassie to Diddy? I've seen interviews from old bodyguards that sometimes she would start fights. It's an interesting question because although a very different case, it was a civil case, why did Johnny Depp arguably win his case against Amber Heard? Because they were able to show that she seemingly abused him, right? And so I think that that's an important question. What's your take on it, Serena?
I think you have to be delicate with this line of questioning if they were to go down that road. The Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, obviously, as you know, those were different. The elements that needed to be proven were different. Here, I don't know that if she started fights with him, that necessarily contradicts the case. It doesn't necessarily mean that she wasn't trafficked or that he didn't operate a RICO. That just because she started fights, it meant that she had total control, both physical and mental, over her situation, such that she could have escaped at any time without any repercussions. I just don't see it. Even just the physicality, she's obviously smaller than he is. The power position is there. I think you could go there to try to say, oh, you're not such a great person either, but then you might alienate the jury by saying that. A jury might take a step back and be like, you know what, that's a little too far for me. She obviously was in the inferior position here. So I don't think it would be too successful.
We have an update from court. Sean Combs' lawyer, Anna Estevao, asks Cassandra Ventura, you could have said yes or no, and you said love you. Ventura responds, there was no yes or no. Estevao says, bring up B420 on page 2. Mr. Combs wrote, do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? You wrote ovulation, and then Ventura says yes. Again, going to this idea. This is going to be a very big theme about consent, because consent is arguably a defense to what we're talking about here. We have a question from Kempkin Lil Kemp Love. Serena, is Diddy credible considering he denied hitting women and advocated being against domestic violence? It's a good question.
It's an excellent question. And again, that goes back to kind of your ability or the prosecution's ability to show inconsistencies, right? Because inconsistencies not only shed doubt in a person's credibility for the instant matter, but it also sheds doubt as to whether they are a credible person in general, whether they should be believed in general. And so if he is somebody who has successfully lied in the past, right, he's convinced the world that he's against domestic violence and against battering women, and he's been so public about it, that tends to shed a poor light on him later on down the road for the jury to look at, because now they could say, look, this guy is a professional liar. He's been able to convince people in the past about a certain position that he's taken. And yet here we are with uncontrovertible proof in the video that he absolutely has battered at least one woman at least one time in his life. And so I do think that using that against him is powerful.
Court update. This is from Estevao. Again, Anna Estevao representing Sean Combs, questioning Cassandra Ventura. Here, what do you say? Ventura says, I asked which hotel. I must have called him in between. I don't want to assume anything. Estevao asks, he said Montag. You said you could also go to Pleasure Chest. What would you get there? And Ventura says sexual supplies. It was an interesting conversation. One of the questions we had earlier on in the week was, Serena, Could she be charged, as an accomplice to this? Now, no, right? I mean, unless she was a part of allegedly abusing other people, you can't be an accomplice to your own abuse or alleged abuse. Then it's not really abuse.
Right. In a weird way, one could maybe take some mental gymnastics and say, well, she can't be a participant in her own abuse, but perhaps she was, part of this RICO conspiracy and, campaign to harm other people.
Or transportation to engage in prostitution. That could be another one, I guess.
Exactly. But at this point, it's clear that the prosecution has drawn the line, has made their decision. She's not, they're considering her a victim. They are not considering her a participant. And frankly, if they've put her on the stand to testify about all of these things, then they've essentially given her immunity. So she will not be prosecuted for these crimes unless she would have waived immunity, which I am sure she did not.
Serena, we have a super chat question. Thank you so much from Zen Pi. If sex tapes exist, how can prosecutors prove they weren't staged, edited, or illegally obtained?
That's a good question. Sometimes prosecutors don't go the length and get a whole expert about how this is not AI, this is not tainted, this is not manipulated. But in today's day and age, it's true. I think people may have some questions about possible manipulation of tapes. And so what needs to happen is that tape needs to be authenticated, or that video needs to be authenticated by somebody, either the person who took the video, which if it's Diddy, you may never get him on the stand, or somebody who appeared in the video. So if Cassie, for example, is in the video, then she is a proper foundation witness to authenticate that video. What she would need to be able to tell a jury is, I watched this video, I saw it the way that it's being presented to you, and I can authenticate that it is an accurate video and that it has not been manipulated, that this is what's called a fair and accurate depiction of exactly what happened. And so that's how the prosecution gets around those questions.
So another update from court. Ms. Estevao, this is Sean Combs' lawyer, asks, what supplies? Ventura responds, lubricants, outfits. Estevao says, he says, have fun, impress me. You say, okay. He says, can we kiss a lot? What do you say? Ventura says yes. So this is again talking about the conversation that she had with Sean Combs. Estevao says, you wrote, I left the iPad. Ventura says, I don't know whose iPad this meant. Okay, back here with Safa. Safa's back with us as well. So Safa, I was going to ask this. This is a question from Jesse Weber from Law&Crime. If the jury doesn't believe Cassandra Ventura, if they find her to be a weak witness, does that affect the rest of the prosecution's case? Because we expect Jane is going to testify. We expect Mia is going to testify. These other alleged victims. I don't know about alleged victim number 3. If they don't believe the star witness, does that catapult the entire prosecution case?
It's not going to catapult the entire prosecution case, but it's certainly going to do damage to the prosecution's case in chief. She is the star witness. She's the primary witness here. She is victim 1, and the prosecution is leading off with her because she is their strongest witness. So if the jurors find her uncredible, then that could present issues later. But we also have victim 2 and we also have victim 3. So victim 2 and victim 3 will also have the ability to get on the stand, testify, tell their stories, and the jury, although they may not find Ms. Ventura credible, they could find victim 2 and or victim 3 credible, which would save the prosecution's case.
Then again, the jury might look at the prosecution a little skeptically if they're like, this is who you bring on and we don't necessarily believe. Now, I'm not saying that one way or another, because for the past 2 days, Cassandra Ventura has delivered quite compelling and graphic and disturbing testimony that raises the question, how on earth can someone actually consent to the things that she said she endured? And I'm not going to get into more detail about it. If you want to read it, you can check it out. I have a poll that came up, on YouTube, Law&Crime. Do you think Cassie's settlement suggests she was financially motivated? 34% say yes, 66% say no. Serena, what do you think about that? And what do you think about the settlement?
Well, I think that settlements are always fair game when it comes to cross-examination and determining somebody's credibility. However, in this case, the settlement already happened. Normally, in a situation where the settlement hasn't happened yet, somebody might be motivated to put forth criminal charges against somebody else in order to get that settlement down the road, right? Because the burden of proof in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's higher than in a civil case. And so, for example, if you go against somebody criminally and win, then you could essentially take that verdict and go right to civil court and say, look, I already have proof that this happened to me. The burden of proof in a criminal case is much higher than in a civil case. And so therefore, this person is guilty in the civil case as well. Now pay me. However, she's already gotten that favorable outcome. She's already gotten the settlement. So what is her incentive to now continue on, 8 months pregnant, going through all of this on the stand when she's already been paid out? So I think it actually helps her that the settlement already happened. And maybe somebody might on that jury infer from that settlement that he was guilty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid out.
Yeah, there's times when we have cooperating witnesses who are in the middle of litigation and they're questioned, well, you would definitely benefit from a guilty verdict here, wouldn't you? Well, different situation here. Okay, we got a super chat question from Ashley Glass. Ashley, thank you so much. Safa, how can she be seen as willing participating when she was allegedly blackmailed with videos and photos?
Well, that's going to be a question for the jury to decide. But the defense, what they're going to do and what they've been doing is highlighting the conversations via text message that show her initiation of certain freak offs or her initiation, maybe buying certain supplies or products and things like that. So that's what the defense is going to hang on to here with respect to that. And I expect that the prosecution is going to put on further evidence that would show, or that the jury could consider as blackmail, that would essentially go to a finding of guilt with respect to the charges, particularly the RICO and things of that nature. But the defense is really honing in on those text messages to show, yes, she was a participant. Yes, it was willingly because of the nature of the text messages, what she was saying to him, how she was initiating and things like that.
Okay, we have more super chat questions coming in. Salis, thank you so much. Question for you, Serena. How does Cassie's long-term silence affect the strength of her claims now?
Another great question. And it's something that prosecutors deal with routinely with sex crimes victims, domestic violence victims. There is oftentimes a delayed outcry. Delayed outcry essentially just means time to tell somebody what happened, to come out and say what exactly went down. It is not at all uncommon for a domestic violence victim to not say something right away. Now, I don't know if that's something that's common knowledge to a jury. And so I think it would benefit the prosecution to bring an expert on to explain that, to say, in cases such as this, it is very, very common for people not to come out. And specifically in cases where the abuser is so powerful and has so much power over a person, money, manipulation ability over a person, even physical abuse over that person as a threat. So it's not uncommon for that delay, but I am sure the defense will try to use that in their favor.
We have another super chat question from Sarah F. Sarah, thank you so much. This is a great question, one we've been talking about a lot, but Saf, I'll throw it to you. Why are there no cameras allowed in the courtroom? And this is a federal case. Why are there no cameras allowed in the courtroom, Safa?
Unfortunately, the law says that cameras are not allowed in federal court. So there we have it. Although we would love to be able to see this in real time in the moment, sort of like we did in the Young Thug trial, that's just not the case here. Cameras are not allowed in federal court.
So we have more updates from the live testimony of Cassandra Ventura because there are no cameras. We're reporting it in real time from what we're getting. Sean Combs' attorney, Miss Anna Estevao, asks Cassandra Ventura. Mr. Combs wrote, "I be there right after my session. This was in June 2017. Do you remember arguments you were having at that time?" Ventura responds, not specifically. Estevao says, "Here you say the game starts at 10 p.m., no breaking character to 8 a.m. There's a follow-up. Ventura says, "This was a game a friend of mine told me, a way to rekindle your romance." Esteveo says, by doing something different in the bedroom. Ventura says, it's a whole getting into character thing. Esteveo says, Mr. Combs says, let's get some outfits and go to the sex club. So Safa, again, goes to this idea of her being a willing participant in all of this, that she wasn't coerced. I mean, because it does become a question that it's very possible that while she agreed to it in the beginning, she could have been hiding her true feelings, or she wasn't able to fully express how she was feeling, or didn't know how to. But that's a question, right? Because it becomes a question, how much does Sean Combs have to know how she was feeling about these sexual episodes and her participation with escorts? There's evidence that she made it clear, and there's evidence that he was physically violent, but how much does he have to actually know she didn't want this? So, Saf, I'll throw it to you.
I always say at the end of the day, unless the person is saying, yes, I want to do this, yes, I want to participate in this, then the answer is no. If they are silent as to whether or not they want to participate, the answer is no. That is not consent. If the person says, no, I don't want to do this, that is not consent. And at any point in time, and people don't often realize this, is although there may have been a sexual relationship between the two, preliminarily or at the beginning for a certain amount of time, a person can withdraw their consent. They can change their mind, and they have the right to change their mind. So that's definitely going to be something here that the jury is going to want to pay attention to. And I do think that there was a point in time where Miss Ventura was a participant of this because of her age, because of influence, and she may have had motives with respect to her career to participate in this. However, later down the line, as things became violent, she was no longer a willing participant. And that's what the prosecution is going to come behind the defense and say during their rebuttal and rehabilitation of Ms. Ventura.
Look, this is a complicated case. It's a complicated case. This is going to be a very interesting cross-examination to follow. We have been following it. But listen, we got to wrap things up. Serena Townsend, Safa Robinson-Ferrer, thank you so much for taking the time to come on, break down what is happening in court, answering our terrific questions from our viewers. Thank you both so much. And real quick, everybody, I also want to let everybody know we're going to continue to do these lunchtime shows for you. We're going to continue to break down this testimony in real time. And one of the reasons we can do this and take your great questions and bring this content to you is because we get amazing support from our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. Give you an idea about who we're talking about here. Morgan & Morgan, they secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was all after insurance offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Because Morgan & Morgan, I'll tell you what, they make it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. Everything from signing documents, uploading documents, talking to your legal team can all be done from your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LCLive by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Jesse Weber. Stay with us here on Law & Crime. We'll have a lot more content for you on our various shows, including Sidebar, when it comes to the Sean Diddy Combs case. Stay with us. Thanks so much. By the way, as you're watching this Diddy trial, I think it emphasizes how important having a great lawyer is, and that is where our partner and sponsor Morgan & Morgan comes in. So this is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they have so many? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was after insurance offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. Everything from uploading documents to talking to your team, it can all be done on the phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LCLive or by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen. By the way, as you're watching this Diddy trial, I think it emphasizes how important having a great lawyer is, and that is where our partner and sponsor Morgan & Morgan comes in. So this is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they have so many? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was after insurance offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. Everything from uploading documents to talking to your team, it can all be done on the phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live or by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen. By the way, as you're watching this Diddy trial, I think it emphasizes how important having a great lawyer is, and that is where our partner and sponsor Morgan & Morgan comes in. So this is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they have so many? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was after insurance offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. Everything from uploading documents to talking to your team, it can all be done on the phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live or by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen.